Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known as Ron, and we are here to stream some EVE Online. So we will see how this works out. I did change the setting that Dark Slider suggested for my Starlink. And so far I have no drop frames, but of course it's only been 10 minutes of the starting screen, so hard to say if it's gonna. I just kind of bottomed out a little bit, but I did not drop any frames. So that's kind of a good sign. It unfortunately made me turn off one of the other settings I had, which was disappointing, but I can live with it. So, but anyway, I think we're gonna try. Right now I'm working on my dailies, but I think after the after I get them done, I am gonna try to do the EVE Epic Arc, or the Sisters of EVE Epic Arc. Should say it correctly. So yeah, and this is the bit that my good old buddy Jackson Sinclair suggested. Show info.
Warp drive active.
Covert ops. I probably don't have the skills for it. I do have the skills for it. I'll be damned. What does it cost?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So yeah, so we'll have to check that out. I think I already saved this one. Yep. All right, so there's one half of the air daily. So I'm multi-boxing here. So my other character I also have, I'm fleeted with. They just got the points as well. So baba boom, baba bing. If you didn't know that, easy way to try and get some things done. Actually, I think I'm just going to do it in this one. But I need to go back to Finland. Let's see. I don't want to do an Empire Belt. If I do an Empire Belt, we'll be here all day. But if I have an Empire Belt, hell.
Warp drive active.
I hate to turn down Empire Belts. Okay, good. There's none close. Yeah, it's all high sec though. Alright, maybe we'll do that afterwards. But anyway, so far so good. No drop frames. Been 15 minutes, which yesterday by this time I think we had well over 1,000. So far so good.
Warp drive active.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, as soon as I say that, the bandwidth drops. But it's not dropping frames, so it is seemingly coping with it. I'm not sure how or why, but if that works, that works. So yeah, if you guys could let me know if you see any side effects. Jerry Can, good to see you. KY Rich Ryan, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Warp drive active.
So I'm going to do some quick mining with this guy in order to try and cover the daily. I'm going to check Craig in my alt. And he is actually only 4 jumps from an Empire belt. So I'm going to go have him pick that up.
Warp drive active.
Because he needs the mining for the daily as well. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and leave the fleet. Because we did what we needed for that. Why, when I'm leaving a fleet, it gives me quick corporation? Why is that even a possibility? That is crazy. Alright, guess I didn't hit jump. I don't know why. Since I always hit jump.
Warp drive active.
But anyway, so yeah, so far so good. My bandwidth has bottomed out a couple times, 3, 4, 9 times, but I have no drop frames. So, possible success. We'll see. Like I said, I'm more concerned with how it's affecting the stream. So let me know what you guys think.
Warp drive active.
Looking good so far. Thanks, Jerry Can. I appreciate it. You're awesome. If I don't tell you that enough, you are. You're awesome. Appreciate everything you do for the stream. Yeah, so we'll get back here and we'll mine quick. So we can mark off our daily, and then we'll start this Sisters of Eve Epic Arc and see if we can get it done in one stream. So the wife is headed back today. They just went to pick her up. Her and her sister, my sister-in-law from Japan. So they're coming back here. Today is a holiday in the Philippines. I have no idea which holiday. Jackson said in the in-game channel, cool kids don't play Eve on Thursday nights. So yeah, nobody streams on Thursday night. So that's the main reason I'm streaming on Thursday night. Because I feel like whoever is playing, they need to have somebody they can watch. So and it may not be PvP, it may not be super exciting, but at least steady as she goes. So I will keep you entertained if nothing else, or try to. But yeah, the wife's heading back. It looks like they're only going to be here for a couple days, and then they're going back to Manila. My sister-in-law will be returning to Japan on the 14th. So I think they still got to go back to Manila to do a couple more things. Imagine that. Government. So yeah, so that should be interesting. Over this one. But yeah, so that's going on. What else? Let's undock here. We'll go mine some ore. Go mine some more. Luckily, I have bookmark set up for just such an emergency. But yeah, we'll get this We'll get these dailies done, and then we'll get started on the Sisters of Eve arc. So, Sisters of Eve arc should be in Arnon, which is 15 jumps, which is not bad. I do have a Vengeance there, a cruiser. A Vexor, which I could do it in, which I think is more than capable, because I think there's a couple that are combat ones. So yeah, so I don't know, but we'll have to check that out. All right, looks like there's some NPCs here. Don't care. I'm not going to be here long enough to worry about that. I want the Vicious Pyro, so give me a couple Vicious Pyro, and let's call it a day. I just get my 2,000, and we'll be good. We'll be good. Reagan has just arrived at the Empire Belt, or at the Empire Belt system. I haven't got to the belt yet, but we'll see. See how many people are already here. Thudking, how you doing today? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I think I'm one of the few streamers on Thursday nights, so for Eve Online. So, which actually Thursday nights I normally do something else, but because you guys don't normally have anybody to watch, I'm do Eve so you guys can watch. So, just dodging goons. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm just I'm actually finishing up my my dailies, and then I'm going to try to get the Sisters of Eve arc done during the stream. So see if we can accomplish that. That would be a pretty mean feat. So I think it's 52 missions. So we'll see. But SOE's always fun. Yep. So yep. And I could always use the boost. So always use the boost. But I actually have a booster that expires in 2 days that I want to use that gives even higher rating increases. So yeah, so I want to get it going. So when I activate the booster, how long does it go on for? All right, so we've got 2 here, and it looks like everything's gone already. Well, not everything, but damn near. Yeah, I know. So I need to do see them. Where's the next one? 13 jumps, yeah. Yeah, we're not going that far. Well, we'll see what we can get from this one and cover our thing. So yeah, so we're done with our daily. So let's go ahead and dock. Can never remember which station I am.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I have a booster that will expire in 2 days, 3 days. So yeah. But I'm not sure how long it lasts. And of course, it won't let me find out anything.
Docking permission requested. Docking request.
All boosters are probably a certain period of time. I never use boosters, so been forever since I've been on Eve, but how's it flying? What's up, Blossom? Good to see you. I've had a lot of people asking about you. A lot of people worried about Blossom. A lot of people worried about Blossom. which is always a good thing. Yep. Yep. I ain't popular. Actually, you're more popular than you think. You're more popular than you think. Alright, so I'm actually going to try and get the Sisters of Eve arc done. Ooh, yeah, I can actually activate it from there, so no big deal. But yeah, you're more popular than you think. So,
Warp drive active.
I've got Kragan on the other side working on an Empire belt, unfortunately, but you remember my friend Thallium that we raided once? Yep. Yep, I do remember him. How's he doing? I haven't seen him on in a while. I did have him listed as a friend. I think I still do, but I don't know. Sometimes my friend list seems to change randomly. She promoted me to mod on her streams as well, and still flabbergasted since her last stream. Really? So, wow, what happened? You actually had to earn your mod duties, not like on mine? Mine's pretty laid back. I'll be there in another 15 minutes or so working on a drop for another game. No worries, Jackson. Jackson's going to join us here in a couple minutes. But yeah, well, you deserved it. I mean, you're a good mod. I appreciate everything you always do on the Discord channel as well, so. Nah, it was a kind of same thing. Me and her became good friends and had trust in me. Yep, yep. Yeah, it's hard to come across people you trust. I got several here, but you were the only one who actually said yes. So nobody else wanted to deal with it, which I can't blame them. Which I can't blame them. It's kind of a pain. But yeah, luckily I don't have a whole lot of troublemakers. We had one yesterday that was kind of stirring up some stuff, and actually everybody just left. So yeah, my viewership went way down. He came in and started bashing Americans, which is not completely untrue. So I think my allergies are bugging me, which is kind of strange because my wife has been running around telling everybody I'm cured of my allergies. So, which is not quite correct. I'm in a different country, so of course I will have different allergies if that's what it comes down to. But honestly, I think Abigail is what I'm getting allergic to for some reason. So, but yeah, it's kind of, that's where mine bothers me, is my eyes itch. So. And then yeah, if I'm not concentrating on not scratching them, that's what happens. So, oop, I guess I should go and fly, huh? Sitting over here watching the other one. Watching the other one. In fact, yeah, I probably should switch you guys over to the more interesting one.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right, that was the end of that.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, now my cap's gonna be dead. Man, there's only a couple. Yeah, it's a little work, but I like being able to help and wish I was here to see that I would have muted them before they escalated. Nah, it was all good. It was all good. honestly, several of the comments they made I kind of agreed with, but yeah, it was later in the stream, and so Dark Slider and a couple others were like, you know what, I'm going to bed. Sorry, I've been absent. I've been busy also. Just got back from vacation. No worries, no worries. It's all good. I didn't expect you to be here full time. It's not a paid position. You're good. Hell, mine's not a paid position. But yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it. Whenever you can be here is fine. So yeah, I didn't even mute them. So, like I said, I agreed with quite a few things they were saying, but it was late, and a lot of people were tired, and so touched a couple nerves. Speaking in generalizations, so if this was a paid position, I'd be fired by now. Well, yeah, mine's not a paid position, and they haven't fired me yet, so yeah. I do it because I enjoy it. So I was gonna play games anyway, so the streaming's worked out. But yeah, I got Starlink since you were gone, and it wasn't quite the salvation I was hoping for. It's caused some other issues, but it looks like we may have solved those today. Yesterday was a kind of bad one, dropping a lot of streams. So thanks, Blossom. I got to add some more in there. I keep meaning to do that. Chaos has got a whole bunch of them with different sound effects, which are pretty cool. So, but yeah, the Starlink was dropping. Yesterday was the first day I was on Starlink for the stream. So Starlinks work great here for my TV streaming, for everything else. And then yesterday I used it for the Twitch streaming, and it just was dropping frames. I lost over 10%, almost 11% frame drop yesterday, which is the highest I've ever had. And so no, I changed the setting. Dark Slider actually did some searches and found something for me. And I changed the setting he suggested, and I haven't dropped a single frame yet. So, which, yeah, by this time yesterday, I was already in a couple thousand. I mean, I was over 100,000 drop frames yesterday. It was ridiculous. But yeah, it was interesting. So, but it all works out. I actually have a ticket open with Starlink to tell me about it as well. But as it is, I probably solved it on my own. But they did escalate me to another department because they were like, hey, we want you streamers to be taken care of. I'm like, really? Because I told you I was a streamer when I was on the waiting list, and you really didn't give a damn. So, yeah. No. Drop frames. So, yeah, 100,000, over 100,000 drop frames yesterday. So it was 10%. So that means I had over 1 million frames for the stream, for a 4-hour stream. But still. It was, yeah. I've never had more than 0.1 drop frames. So, and yeah, that one was huge. But weirdly enough, it didn't seem like it actually made a difference in the stream. The stream looked good. The video still looks good. I mean, but yeah, I changed the setting today, and that seems to have resolved it. It's still... The bandwidth is still fluctuating pretty drastically, but I'm not dropping frames anymore, so it's handling it. So yeah, I wish Dark Slider was here so I could thank him. He was one of the ones that took off early yesterday because of the EISberg bashing Americans. But yeah, I can't really blame him. But yeah, so what else? Yeah, I had to drive. So There's a reseller here in the Philippines of Starlink, just one. So I was on the waiting list with Starlink themselves. They could never give me an ETA on when I could possibly get it. So I was like, okay. And so then the Starlink, I found out about this reseller. And when I contacted them, they were like, oh yeah, just buy it off our website. And I'm like, okay, I tried to do that, it wouldn't let me. And they were like, oh. So then they actually tracked down one of their stores that had the kit. And so we had to drive there. It's like 2 hours. But I got to see another mall here in the Philippines, which ironically, they all look pretty much exactly the same. But yeah, it was kind of interesting because that was actually the first place I saw another white guy. So go ahead and I gotta switch out my
The asteroid is depleted.
switch out my crystals. Oop. But yeah, so, and I'm pretty sure he was Australian, so he wasn't American. Caucasian descendant, yes. But yeah, he was pretty sure he was Australian. So yeah, so that was interesting. Because here where we're at in the province, I haven't seen any. Which is probably why everyone stares at me. They're like, what the hell is that? Is it a ghost? So yeah. But yeah, so that was interesting. Because we've been to the mall here in San Juan, in Lipa, several times. And I haven't seen any foreigners there. Well, I mean, other Asians, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, but no other white people. So no pale skinned people. There's my daily. Alright. Let's claim these guys. But yeah, so
The asteroid.
alright, that's that. Nothing left. Nothing left. See what's next. Gonna wait for Torvi to disappear. There it goes. Yep, too far away. I don't want to go to that one. Alright, so let's go back to Eugene, because we got what we needed. And actually, I'm probably going to log this guy off. Actually, no, maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. Hi-ho, I see a blossom. Yes, I didn't want to tell you in the in-game channel, because I didn't want to spoil the surprise. I didn't want to spoil the surprise. Lego, good to see you, buddy. How was your vacation? I did. It had some ups and downs, but always finishes on a high note. So that's the nice thing about being retired. The week never finishes. Weekends really don't matter anymore. They're all the same. Actually, weekends for me, Matt, that's the only time I don't stream. So, and lately, it's the only time my wife is home. So yeah, so it's probably good I'm not streaming. Gives her a chance to yell at me more. Yeah, so they were taking, for some reason, they were taking my sister-in-law's suitcases to Manila while they're picking her up and my wife up and bringing them back. I don't know why. I guess they're going to leave the suitcases there so they're there when she leaves next week. But I'm like, doesn't she need stuff in them? You know, it was all really strange to me. So they came here, to pick up the suitcases. Great, no problem. Of course, no one tells me where the suitcases are. So we got them. We put them in the car. No problem. They left. And I went upstairs and jumped in the shower. Well, of course, I guess they missed one. There was one in a closet. A literal closet, which we only have one closet. And so they came back and they're pounding on the door. Of course, I'm in the shower. Oh, I yelled down to them and went down and put some clothes on, went down, let him in. Oh, sorry. It's like, no, you don't need to be sorry. Not your fault. And I said, yeah, we forgot one. Great. So then I go into the bedroom, and the wife has been calling me over and over and over again to try and get my attention. So I answer the phone, and she says, where have you been? Starts screaming at me, and I'm like, I was in the shower. So then she hangs up on me. I was like, alrighty, I'm so glad you're coming home. So yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. But I'm like, good God, woman. Good God, woman. Good God, woman. But trip was good. I'm good. Fresh off visiting the Galaxy's Edge. Good. Trip was good. Almost pitted a guy that cut me off. It was super close. I got dash cam. Good. Always good to have dash cam. Always good to have dash cam. Smart. Always good to have dash cam. That's a really big thing here in the Philippines, especially for foreigners, because the Filipinos sometimes will hit you on purpose in order to try and get money out of you, which is another reason I really don't want to drive, because somebody hits me on purpose. Let's just leave it at that. But yeah, so we'll have to see. But I'm going to have to drive because the wife can't drive worth a damn, so I'm probably going to have to drive. So, yeah, so.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Especially here with this traffic. Oh, my Lord. That's frustration at its true highest level. I mean, ugh. I understand traffic. I've been to LA, okay? I understand traffic. This is a whole different level. It's just, and I think it's just because they don't have the infrastructure in place to handle the number of cars on the road. Number of cars and tricycles and everything else. Which is really no excuse. So, you know, I just went through Civila and I didn't even bother to check and see what the gate camp situation was. I really should have. Honestly, I would have pitted him on purpose if it was my truck with the brush guard. There you go. So you got one of those cow catchers on the front? Always wanted a truck with one of those. Because I'm thinking, yeah, I'll hit everybody. Don't piss me off. I'll run you right down. But it was a rental on my way to a company. Yeah, so it would have been a mess. Yeah, that's true too.
Docking permission requested.
Pull up with my daughter's stuff. There you go. That's even worse. Yeah, because then yeah. Well, those rentals, man. Woof. Yeah, you don't want to wreck one of those. Even if you took the rider, it's like, you know, the insurance rider. Good God. I got hit. I had a deer jump out in front of me once in a rental. And what a nightmare. What a nightmare. So, they brought me another car. But at the end, when I went to turn the other one in, oh my God. It was like, hey, I paid for you guys' insurance, which I never do. And I paid for you guys' insurance, which obviously something told me there was going to be a problem because like I said, I never pay for their insurance. And they're like, oh yeah, well that doesn't really cover much. What? Want to know what Eve should add that will probably bring an influx of people, of players? Go ahead, Blossom. So much anger in here. The path to the dark side, this is. So much anger. Yeah, no, I got the insurance through Expedia, not the rental company. When I picked the car up, they were like, well, if you got theirs, you should be fine, but it's a headache to file claims. Yeah, it's a headache to file claims even on your own insurance, for crying out loud. Amorite Blossom? Amorite? I don't know what Amorite is, but I trust Jackson, so if he says it'll bring people, it must be right. If he says it'll bring people, he's never been wrong before, right? Alright, let's switch back to Falstaffs. Am I right? Oh, gotcha. So he's asking if he's right about the anger and the dark side. He's trying to cater to Blossom's Star Wars fetish. Yeah, it's not going to work. She's been on vacation. I don't think she's been playing anything. The Star Wars base faction. Star Destroyers, Republic Ventilators, and all the good stuff. X-Wings and TIE Fighters. Bond needs a lesson in lingo. I do need a lesson in lingo. You guys always come up with stuff that I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What the hell? What the hell?
Warp drive active.
What was the other one you always do? FFS? Yeah, FFS. Fetish. Yeah. Yeah, that probably wasn't the correct word, but once it came out, I was like, yeah, that's what I want to say. That's what I want to say. Oh, by the way, Blossom, I got my chair. Praise God. Yeah, my chair, the boxes came last week as well. So, unfortunately, my network cables were not in there. My power cables weren't in there. My back scratcher wasn't in there. So all the things I thought was going to be included with it wasn't. But
Warp drive active.
oh, cool! My butt does feel better. Does feel better. Still, after about 4 hours, I got to get up and move around because my legs start carrying on. But also, why play Star Wars when I was in Disney walking with stormtroopers? Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured she was probably at Disney. I read something the other day. It says the average person goes to Disney 2.5 times in their life or in a year. I can't remember if it was in a year or in their life. I have never been to Disney. Will never be to Disney now because I'm outside the United States again. But I have one of my bowling teammates. She went to Disney like she probably went 5-6 times a year. And so, yeah. So, no, I think they're saying Disney itself. But because I've been, Kansas City has Worlds of Fun. And I've been to Hershey Park, several times. I grew up near Hershey Park. But, yeah, they're saying Disney specifically. Or, I guess, the Disney theme park. So, Epcot might count. But, yeah, it was like, what the... All right, here we go. So starting at 10:16, stream time 49:32. All right. I would like to remind you, you have previously completed this epic arc, and for you to embark on it again, I would have to erase all memory of the arc from your mind. Are you sure you want to start again? Yeah, sure, why not? All right. Alright. You're a capsule leader, aren't you? A murder pilot who subverts the rules. I work with Humanitarian Sisters of Eve, humanitarian organization. I've seen your kind hasten the deaths of millions every day. You expect me to believe that you're different, to prove yourself, your action on that. We've just received a distress officer ship called the Damsel, and you're the closest aid. Go out there and save some lives. Prove to me you're not just another murderous liar with a god complex. With all the power at your disposal, you certainly could be a force of good. The one thing is certain. Good is in dire need of allies these days. So I probably need to take a fighting ship, right? So I do have a Vexor here, so let's take the Vexor. I have no idea what it's equipped with. But I'm pretty sure I left it here so that I could do this again. I think that's what I did it in before. Okay, it's got auto cannons. Yeah, it should suffice. I mean, these are level 1, so it's just not going to work with my Pro Raider, that's for sure. So, but yeah, so I've been to Epcot account. I will 100% visit Hollywood Studios again so many more times because Galaxy's Edge is where I wish I could live. There you go. See, in Hollywood Studios, I think that's Disney. I don't think that's not Disney. So, but maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a Disney fan. Oof. Yeah, my drones are in bad shape. Alright. I think we'll be fine.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, I mean... And like I said, the main reason I wouldn't visit it now is because I'm not in America. So, you know, and I have no intentions of coming back. I may, that may be taken out of my hands, but something happens with one of my kids or something like that. But yeah. So, so which one did you go to, Blossom? Because there's one in on the East Coast too, in Florida, right? I'm gonna close down those drones so that I don't see that they're damaged, bugging me. And the Disney Hollywood Studios where all the old Mickey Mouse and Pixar stuff is, and etc. Yep. Yeah, and that's in Florida, right?
Warp drive active.
Good God, this is all level 1 stuff. Oh, there's a level 2. Micro warp drive. Damage control too. Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, I've got 2 sisters that live in Florida, and so, and I think they've been multiple times. But yeah, this girl that I bowled with, she goes like 5 or 6 times a year. Don't get it mixed with a real Hollywood studio. Okay. Yeah, she goes like 5 or 6 times a year, and her mom pays for it every time. Which she's like 26. So yeah, I used to tease her that she's like my son.
Warp drive active.
But she actually has a job and can drive, which is different than my son. I don't know though. He might have got his license now. I need to reach out to him and find out if he got his license. Probably not. We could take some bets on that, some stream bets on whether my son actually got his license or not. Alright, I need to approach the battleship wreck. Okay, I don't see the battleship wreck. There it is. Approach. Micro warp drive. Alright, complete remotely. Deal. Alright, now what? So yeah, I didn't need to bring a battleship. Alright.
Warp drive active.
Alright. I'll make a poll. Yeah, I haven't figured out polls yet. I really need to figure that out. Have to give away something. I'll give away a ship choice of what I build. That's a problem. Is it's like a 50-50 chance. So there might be a lot of people that'll probably be right. So yeah, we'll figure something else out. He claimed he was getting close the last time I talked to him, but he's been claiming that for about 2 years. So I'm a little leery. Let's call it that. Since I need to choose my words more carefully. Doing the arc in a Vexor will take forever. No way you'll finish even half tonight. Jackson, you're such a buzzkill. You're such a buzzkill. Alright, start conversation. Alright. Alright, go back to Manarch, pick up the data core. Well, I thought I had to fight somebody. I see it's been so long since I did this. So, are there any fighting missions in this? I started the poll. Thanks. Thanks, Blossom. Oh, I guess I should click on it and say.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so that's what I thought. So, yeah, so my prorator, it doesn't fight. It's like paper. But the only truly hard one is the last one versus Dagon. Okay, that's what I thought. I remember that. And actually, I think I had trouble doing it in my Vexor. I remember correctly. Well, that's been a long time. I mean, it's 6 months. It's got to be 6 months for you to do it, so.
Warp drive active.
I haven't taken the booster yet, so. And I think you're selling the Vexor a little short. It's only 3 months now. Oh, is it 3 months now? Okay. Well, I waited 6 months, so. But thank you for that. Because I thought it was 6 months. You need the strange data core in your hold. Okay. So let's go to all again. Oh, there are some fighters. Yeah, I knew it. So which one do I need it from? Should have put a salvage drone on here. Come on. There it goes. Yeah, that doesn't open. At least it will keep us entertained. It's too slow to warp and the arc requires a lot of travel. I think you're selling her too short, buddy. I think you're selling her too short. She is a slow warp, but... I was warping at 21 AU per second. Yeah. You just like to brag. And it still took me forever, yeah. It took you forever because CCP glitched out in the middle. Nah, I just like to poke fun at your clever fits. Yeah. I don't know if clever... I don't know if clever is the right word. Alright, set destination. Stack all. So somehow I got it. There it is. Ah. Radioactive waste. Not the one I'm looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so sarcasm doesn't translate. Yep. No, it did. It did. I put clever in quotes. Yeah, I knew what you meant. But Blossom's here harassing me about the words I'm using since I said fetish.
Warp drive
So
active.
I'm trying to be better. How has Blossom not banned me yet? Yeah. She's trying to be good. Plus, you haven't really said anything yet. I'm really upset Darkslider's not here. I hope he comes back. Hope he's not too pissed about yesterday. So EISberg came in late in the stream yesterday and started bashing Americans, which is what he always does. Alright. Don't need it. Alright. Why are you not tracking? I tell you, some days... Come on.
Warp drive active.
How has Blossom... Uh-oh. No, not banned. Oh, here comes the ads. No, it's just acting up. You need red in your cargo hold. Alright. What is the range on these? 16. 19. 18. Orbit at 15. Jadzia. Uh-oh, you got competition starting soon tonight, Mon. No worries. I'm all good. Come on. Morty and 911 Lady Death. There you go. Morty, I'm pretty sure, was going to stream 7 Days to Die. That's okay. That's one of the reasons I stream is because they stream on Thursday nights. They just don't stream Eve usually. Come on, finish him off. Crying out loud. Crappy ship. Why aren't you using your drones? Because my drones are damaged. And these are frigates, they'll damage them more. Plus, by the time my drones get there, I'll have them dead. In most cases. Come on, open up quicker. Alright. Alright, where are we going?
Warp drive active.
How come it doesn't tell me what number I'm on? %. Come on. Stupid rock. Agency tab. There it is. Thank you. Thank you.
Warp drive active.
USA for the win. Good to see ya. Wow, back on my old laptop. There you go. There you go. How do I turn on night mode? It's under the graphic settings. When you right click on the screen on the desktop, you should get the graphic settings where you set resolution and stuff. Night mode should be in there. Should be. Depending on what version of Windows you're running.
Warp drive active.
Usually the only problem with the old laptops is that they heat up your legs. So and it might have an old version of Windows on it that'll be complaining every 10 minutes that you got to upgrade. Yeah, this one does 11 years old and still true to me. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I like the old ones. Like I said, I have a cooler that I really wish I'd have sent. Really wish I had sent Jackson before I left. Always use it when I'm traveling. There you go. Because Jackson's got one. Actually, he just bought a new laptop, though, so he probably doesn't have the heat problem anymore. Jackson, you don't have the heat problem anymore? Not burning your legs? The new ones usually are better. Until they get old and start heating up. Ooh. So a half hour to do 4 missions. So yeah, I'm probably not going to make it, Jackson. You might be right. I don't think I can put any... I definitely can't put any guns on my Pro Raider.
Warp drive active.
This'll be fine. This'll be fine. Here's my Discord server. If you guys aren't on the Discord server, check it out. Especially since Blossom's here. She's my Discord mod. She does a fantastic job. Hopped around and see what's up. There you go.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I was asking about your new laptop. You don't have it. You don't have the burning your legs problem anymore, right? Oh, I didn't accept. God damn it. Well, that's a noob one. Fucking A. Got it under appearances, night mode on browser setting. There you go. That was a noob move. Huge noob move.
Warp drive active.
I told you I brought my laptop, not that I brought one. Oh, I thought you said you bought one. Sorry. Reading is fundamental. Well, then I'm upset again. I thought you bought a new one, so I wasn't as upset about not sending you that cooler. Yeah.
Warp drive.
Well, yeah, I wish I had sent you that cooler before I left. You know what? I'll just buy you one off Amazon. They're like 20 bucks. And they're great. They plug right into the side of the laptop, USB port, piece of cake. Zero Chronos is live on too, so there's another Eve streamer. There's another Eve streamer. Time to start sending Bond some Prev again. Yeah, I don't think so. Appreciate it though. I don't know what RIF is. I do know what FFS is. You taught me that one. I'm going to have to start writing it down. Yeah, what's RIF? Reading is fundamental. Okay, I did say that. I did say that. Now, where is the freaking... I can't. So then how do I get to him? Location. I did that. Tried that. Won't let me. Accept. Won't let me. I'm not there. Butthead. You're pissing me off now. Yeah, it's not in here. It's not on my mission. I don't have it. For Christ's sake, where the hell is he? Let's do this.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. I had never heard that one either. USA for the win. So, Drachenhort, good to see you, buddy. I'm getting really worried about Darkslider. This is sure entertaining. Yeah. I got your entertaining right here, Jackson. Right here, baby. Oh, it is. I mean, if I could screw it up, there would definitely be a way to screw it up. And I did. And accept. Assholes. Of course, yeah. Now I gotta set destination again. Okay.
Warp drive active.
Well, there's a way to screw. I could screw up what they say. I could screw up a wet dream, right? Turn it into a nightmare. How's Starlink holding up? So I have 0 drop frames, which is why I wish Darkslider was here. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at. I hope he didn't get pissed about yesterday. EIS is always mouthing off. So, yeah, I got 0 drop frames, so it is doing fantastic. So yeah, so the setting Darkslider suggested worked. I had to turn off another setting because it wouldn't let me have the 2 on. It said they were incompatible. Imagine that. But But that was the one where it just suggested to me what the other one was. So yeah, so I am having fluctuations in the bandwidth, but I'm not dropping any frames. So yeah, so that's good. That's good. I don't know how it's doing it, but I don't care. That doesn't matter. I don't ask about the magic behind the scenes, just let it work. Some days you feel like a nut, some days you don't. Yeah, that's through low sec. That's through low sec. We're not doing that. Alright, dock.
Warp drive active.
So yeah, so we need more things to spend points on in the channel. Yeah, I know. That's one I keep meaning to do. I'll put some sound effects. I'm gonna add a jukebox so you guys can request music on the jukebox.
Docking permission requested.
I got a lot of ideas. I'm just real slow making them happen.
Docking request accepted.
I did finally add the other commands, though I'm kind of PO'd because the shout out command actually does something a little different. So, all right, I'm gonna get back in my Vexor. Why is it not letting me complete it? All right. Kill the pirates. Kill the pirates. But yeah, I'll get some of those added, Jackson. That's on my list. On my list. You know, your kiss. Damn it.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Keep forgetting to repair my drones. Jackson keeps distracting me with all my stupid mistakes. So I'm going to blame it on him. All right, let's try this again. Now they say you always need a brutally honest friend. Someone who'll tell you right to your face, you're an asshole.
Warp drive active.
All right. Oh. What a maroon. Yeah, that was definitely an XLX smooth move of the week on mission number 4 to screw up and not accept it. That was really good. Really good. Really good. Wait, autocannons on a Vexor? Yep. Autocannons on a Vexor. Yep, yep, yep. Autocannons on a Vexor. Stranger things have happened. I've been known to put rail guns, medium rail guns, on a Macarel. Yeah, see that? I got my drones out. It was almost a waste of time. All right, get away from the damn ship.
Warp drive active.
Then use phase plasma ammo. Yeah, I'm using carbon something or other. I need to switch it out. Yeah, what is it? Carbonized lead. Carbon is for girls. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I used the last time I did this one, like 6-8 months ago, and so yeah, it's definitely not a perfect setup. Then again, I don't have any perfect setups unless somebody on my stream gave them to me, so. Start. Complete. Alright, request. Alright, accept. You're doing, yep, I'm doing the Epic Arc.
Warp drive active.
So yeah, this is just a ship I had sitting here, so. But I will get some medium phase plasma in the oven. Yeah, I should be able to do it from here. Hate when they do that. Come on, approach. Yeah, I don't need to kill him, but I'm going to. Oh, come on. Why are you not fighting? Never did them. Oh, they're definitely a good one. I'm doing it primarily because I have this booster that I need to use up that's going to expire in 3 days. So this Potent Capsuleer Day, Glamour X. So yeah, that's why I'm doing them. I want the bounties. Kind of greedy. So yeah, they're always a good one for increasing your standing with one faction. Problem is I can never remember which faction to do. So to be able to fix your standing with somebody. But yeah.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
They're good. I'm only an hour and a half in. No drop frames. And actually, we didn't start till 49 minutes in. I'm really only 45 minutes in. And I'm on, what, 6 or 7? Seven. Said Zarko's Dungeon's going live. There's another Eve streamer. You need a lot of money in your cargo hold. Crap. I hate when I undock without the stuff.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I had a nickel. I don't want to read the whole damn thing. Next up, green screen setup. So yeah, so it turns out the green screen is actually wider than the room. So I'm going to have to rearrange the room in order to get the green screen to work.
Warp drive active.
So yes, I may try that this weekend. Try to figure out exactly how I'm going to do that. But yeah, that's another good one of like, how's that going to work? Because honestly, probably the best way for it to work would be for me to move all the shelving units to the other side of the room. And put the desk over here and do it that way. But I don't know that I want to do that because that's a lot of freaking work. But that's probably what it's going to come to. So. Opened it, right? I need to put the money in it. Oh, I tell you, some days it's a wonder I can even get out of bed. It really is. It really is. Really is. Could just paint the room green if it push comes to shove. Yeah, that's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. That might be easier, to be honest. Oh, come on. I'll say, why are you not attacking the ones I'm attacking? That's what you're supposed to do. But yeah, that might be easier, Drachenhort, to be honest. But yeah, that's one. I was planning on doing that this weekend, but the wife's actually coming home, so. So I may not get that done this weekend, so. I've got a ton of crap on all these shelves, and if I have to move them, it's going to be interesting. Let's leave it at interesting, since Blossom is harassing me about the adjectives I'm using today. No, don't change. Come to this one. And then we can go to that one. There's a professor in there. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
Warp drive active.
All right. Oh, I only have phase plasma large. I don't have phase plasma small or medium. Well, that frickin' sucks. Well, we'll have to fix that. Phase plasma medium. I want the blueprint, actually.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oof. Fiona. Yeah, let's leave that. Alright. Rescue engineer talking. Okay, accept. Close. Check the item hanger. Nothing there. Okay. Minimize. Undock. But yeah. I probably have to paint the shelving units green too, though. So, which actually might not be such a bad idea.
Warp drive active.
So I don't really like the off-white color that they are now, or these walls. But that's the other thing. Anything we do here, since we're not planning on being here but about a year, we'd have to actually reverse it when we leave. So I don't want to do too much, though. I say that right after I just drilled holes in all the walls to wire the place for Starlink. Yeah, it's never a dull moment around here. But yeah, the wife is headed home. So I haven't seen her since Sunday. So that should be interesting. Now, as discussed earlier, she was in quite the mood. More rogue drones. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, I'm really wondering where Darkslider is. Kind of upset that he's not here. He's not in game either, though, so consistency is key. Fly right by.
Warp drive.
So yeah,
active.
so if any of you guys see Darkslider, let me know. Hopefully he's just taking a day off.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
What else? Our, I guess, primary contractor that we're looking at to do the house build contacted us to let us know that today, of course, was a holiday, but that they weren't taking today. They're taking tomorrow. So that their people could have a long weekend. And funny because today is a holiday, so which means all offices everywhere else are closed, so they can't do anything today. So in essence, they actually got 2 days off because they can't do anything on Friday because everything else is closed. But they're open. And then they're taking Saturday off when everybody's going to be open again. But they're closed now, so they could give their people a long weekend. So yeah, so I'm really wondering about this company. So there you go. It's EID holiday. Yeah, I don't know what holiday it is, but it's a holiday here in the Philippines as well. So, but yeah. All the government officers are closed. Honestly, it's a sacrifice, okay? I think, honestly, I think the Philippines has more holidays than America has, which I think is kind of crazy because we have a lot. But yeah, it's been interesting.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. Holidays are good. Yeah. Well, I'm retired now, so holidays don't do me any good any good now. So, if anything, they prevent me from getting other stuff done. As I've been here 2 months, and this is like the fourth holiday. Because our town had its festival, and then they had their fiesta. That was two. And then in May was they had something the first day of May, May Day, and then now this one. So yeah, it's the fourth one, dude. I switched to farming and I love it. There you go. There is no holiday when you work for yourself or weekend, but it's satisfying. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. Well, there's still holidays because you can't get what you need from other people. So, but you have less of that since you're relying on yourself. So that's good. So, still no drop frames though. It has gone in the red a couple times, but it's not dropping frames, so that's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I don't know where Dark Slider is. Like I said, maybe he's just taking a day off.
Warp drive active.
So I'm on 9. About to start 10. So I'm about 20%. 52. So close to 20%. 20%. 1/5 of the way there. We still got well over 2 hours. We should, as long as I don't have any issues like Jackson, I should make it. Or I should be pretty close. Doe Dixie.
Drive active.
What was I gonna buy? Oh, that, yeah, Doe Dixie. Really? For 3.2 million? That's wrong. It's 325,000 and you're selling for 3.2 million in Doe Dixie? That's wrong. Just because it's a trade? That's wrong. Capitalism at its best. Capitalism at its best. Capitalism at its best. So what else? Let me check out. See who else is streaming Eve. Says there were a couple. So Lady Death. Drunken Monkeys doing level 4s. Good job. 911 Lady Death. But yeah, Morty, he's not. Morty's doing Eve too. Why does he not show up in there? Omega is doing something else. Science and technology. What the heck is he doing? Zarko's is doing Shadow Legion. Zero's doing Eve too. So yeah, there's a couple. There's a couple. There's a couple. I forgot to put drops into my name. Tell you. One of these days. One of these days.
Warp drive active.
One of these days. Oh my goodness. Stop that. Yeah, so when they came to pick up the stuff, the first time, I was sound asleep. And it was 8 o'clock. I was like 7:45. And I was out. The phone rang for probably almost 3 or 4 minutes before I finally heard it. I was out. Checked out.
Warp drive
Close, all right.
active.
4 million. Good God Almighty. No way in hell. I can't believe people fall for that crap. Oh. I'm reason my rear end is bothering me today. I don't know why. I shouldn't have said that the chair was working out great, so. Stop that. Ugh. Weird part is, though, I didn't go to bed late. No later than normal.
Warp drive active.
0 drop frames. I love it. Zero drop frames. How's the stream still looking? Because it is kind of still doing the whole pendulum thing, but I'm not losing frames anymore, so that's good. And I guess that's just how Starlink works, but
Docking request accepted.
Starlink, I did open a ticket with Starlink, and Starlink has escalated it to their tech support people. Because I showed them what my results were, and they were like, alright, so Epic Arc start. Corrupted drone components, okay. We got a lot of stuff here. Oh, wait. We got a lot of stuff there. Yeah, let's just keep it all in here. I checked the monthly prices of Starlink. It's super, super expensive. Yeah. Thanks, drachenhort. Yeah, so they put me on roaming because I don't have a... They don't have a residential connection open for me. Even though I bought the residential kit, which is what I told them. So they said, yeah, you're on the list to get a connection open for you. So yeah, the roaming, unfortunately, is twice as much as the residential. And so that's what I told them. I don't want to pay for this. I'm on, retired budget, blah, 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 which may not be completely true, but I don't want to spend any more than I have to. But it's $500 for the kit. 500 US. Or close to the equivalent. And so yeah, so that's been I paid that out of pocket, and now I'm paying close to $100 a month right now. It's supposed to go back down to like $50 a month, which I'm perfectly fine with. But the $100 a month is a little more expensive than I wanted to spend. So, especially considering, and what, $200 US a month. So yeah, I checked the monthly. Okay, and what, $200 a month. So yeah, no, so only $100 a month monthly, and that's for the roaming. The regular is only $50 a month. And so that's where I should be, and I guess they will eventually open up a port for me since I bought the kit. But I guess they're just taking their good old time about it, so. But yeah, so $50 a month. I paid $70 a month in America for the Google Fiber, so. But on that same note, this is not Google Fiber. This is definitely not Google Fiber. Now, it may be as reliable as Google Fiber because it looks like so far I've had it up for what, 3 or 4 days. I have not lost it a single time. We haven't lost it. We haven't lost electric either. So when I lose the electric, of course I'll lose it, but that's not its fault. Where the broadband, I was losing it 2, 3, 4 times a day. Mostly in the middle of show. I was losing it all the time. So it was an all or nothing. When it was up, it was 79, like between 70 and 80 megabits per second upload and download. But it cut out all the time. This one fluctuates anywhere from 30 megabits per second to 500 megabits per second download. Pretty consistent 15 to 20 uploads. And it fluctuates constantly, but it never drops, never completely drops. So, Nebulastrikefighter, what's up? Hey, I hate to ask for help on Eve, but do you know how PI works? I do. And it's never a problem asking for help. So, give me 1 second to complete this mission. So, yeah, so PI is what you do to kind of get stuff from planets. And I have several set up. So it's here under the industry thing, planetary industry. And so, yes, it's time to break out the UPS battery backup. Yeah. Once I get the solar, that'll work out a lot better. But so yeah, so what you'll do, you need special skills. I can't believe there's no felsic magma. So one of the first things you want to look at is if you're doing stuff, you'll need some skills. There's a whole planetary management section. And so you want all of these skills as they all correspond to something. So in order to do your command center upgrades, you got to have this to level 5 in order to be able to build the largest command center. Interplanetary consolidation allows you to have more planets, so you can start with 1. And then these other ones just kind of give you better sensor radius, that kind of stuff, so you can actually pinpoint the stuff. So you want to get those started sooner than later, because you want to get those all up. This advanced planetology, I never took it to 5. It's not really necessary. Once you get it past 2 or 3, it gives you what you need. Anything more than that is kind of overkill. But you definitely want to get those started. I'm in the process of actually trying to bring up one of my alts to do PI. And so I've had to train them for all this stuff. But once you get that, then you'll set up these planets. So you buy a command center that corresponds to the planet you want to set up. Each planet has different resources that you can pull from it. Now I'm doing high sec, so the lava planets especially are really poor when it comes to felsic magma here in high sec, which is ridiculous. But lava planets are the only ones that you can get this from. So that's why they've pretty much all been mined out. But that's what I'm looking to use this one for. And so, but yeah, so you'll, this here is your command center. So once you deploy the command center, you'll buy those off the market. And actually, I just had those earlier. Let's see, maybe, nope. But yeah, you can search for command center. And they're pretty consistent price-wise. So yeah, and they have one for each type of planet. So you got to figure out what you want to build, and then you got to figure out which planet you need it on. So for instance, what I did is I have some capital components that I'm working on. And those capital components require planetary industry. So here's one that requires organic mortar, which organic mortar is a tier 4. I'm stuck on link up parts. Production links up, but show one of my items and there are other items in red in color. Okay, so yeah. So that's a common problem. So yep, so that helps. That way I don't have to go through it all. I mean, I'm happy to go through it all. So one of the things you got to remember with these things is there's 2 ways. Okay. These are the extractors. They only go one way because they're extracting from the planet and then they're sending it to your storage. Okay. So they're routed. That's where this is products. This is routes. They only have one route. Everything else has 2 routes. So this is a basic industry. So this is the one that's going to take the components from the extractor, well, from the storage, and make them into the tier 1 components. So here with this, it has 2 routes. It has an incoming route from the storage, and it has an outgoing route to the storage as well. So it's sending it back. So it's really going to both. Normally what happens is most people, when they set it up, they don't set up one side or the other. So that's for the basic ones. Then when you get into the advanced ones, these ones take the components and make them into higher level components. Same thing. They're going to have incoming and outgoing. The problem with these is because it has 2 components that are coming in, you have to have 2 incomings to take care of that. And then when you actually get to the next level, which is the advanced. The advanced can have 2 or 3. So yeah, so if you install something else in here, it could have 3 components, and you'd have to have 3 incoming. So yeah, so you just want to kind of click on it and see which one shows up as red. And so if that one shows up as red, that means it's an incoming, and you just haven't set up the incoming. So then go to your storage, click on either storage and select the item and say create route, or select the route if it's not already there. If you've just set it up, it won't be there yet. So you can select it in, and you want to select one of the incoming ones. So here my base metals is coming in. So I would say create route and then click on that and hit create route again. That should fix that. And that's a very common problem. Very common problem. Yeah, so it's real easy when you set it up, you set the destination, and so that's the output. The problem is the inputs. And with these ones, they take 2 inputs. These ones take 1 input. The 1 inputs, I think, are a little easier because you realize it, but no, not a problem. My pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah, my pleasure. That's not an issue. I understand that all too well. So yeah, so this one's kind of there. So I'm going to leave it, start extracting. I usually set mine up for a day at a time because I'm usually logged in every day. But that means that a lot of times I miss them. And then I'm going to say submit. You can, when you're back on here, you can just say reactivate, restart, which works. The problem is, as I found, that after you do that 2 or 3 times, the site is depleted, and so then it won't do. So you just started today. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, PI is a lot of fun. I do it primarily because I build things that require PI, and so that's why I do it. I don't sell it, but you can sell it, and you can make a lot of money. I just reset up all my stuff yesterday, so I'm just going to do restart. And the problem with the restart is you got to wait a couple seconds to a minute before you can click the next one. And then you got to wait. But I just actually repositioned all my stuff yesterday. So these should all be set up to work correctly. So. Normally about once a week I gotta reposition them. Yes, it says network is busy. Okay, so it actually did it. Okay, cool. But yeah, you want to get up to the max, 6 planets, and that's where you can really build some stuff. I build multiple things that I use for multiple builds otherwise on my stuff. But yes, PI is a real lucrative. You can sell it. You can make a lot of money off of selling it, especially like the tier 4 components. The tier 4 components go for real top dollar. So tens of millions a piece. So if you set up something to build those and focus on that, set your planets up to focus on building like one tier 4 component that seems to sell a lot, you could make a ton of money. So, and then there are people who just do the tier 1 components and sell those, because there are a lot of people that buy those. Larger volume, smaller, smaller payout. Yeah, I'm gonna get attacked when I fly up here. I know it. So, but yeah, give that a try. I apologize. The ads are on, so you may not be hearing me. So yeah, if you need me to repeat any of that after the ads are about to end. Yeah, sorry about that, Nebula. Thanks for the follow, Nebula. But yeah, sorry about that. If you need me to repeat any of that, I'm happy to do so. Because the ads were on, so I know it doesn't always work out when the ads are on. Now I got to put something in there. That's what I got to do. All right, I picked up something. What did I pick up? Antibiotics. There we go. All right.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, some people have turbo, some people have some other things, but yeah, it's one of those where I try not to talk during the ads just in case. But yeah, PI, like I said, I build it primarily for battleships. When you build battleships or above, they all require PI components. Any tier 2 requires PI. It's tier 3 as well. So yeah, and I build a lot of tier 2, tier 3 battleships. Tier 1 battleships require PI, which is kind of a crock. It used to be only tier 2 stuff required, tier 2 or above required it, but good old CCP had to double dip, so. Which they're notorious for, but that's supply and demand, so can't blame them for that. So, but yes, if you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. It's not a problem. I've been doing PI for a long time. This character here that you're looking at, he's been around. So Eve went live on Memorial Day weekend 2003. He was born 4 months later. So I haven't played that whole time, but he's been alive that whole time. CCP pissed me off a couple times, and I moved on to other things and came back. But I always come back. It's definitely the best game out there. So lots of options. Oh man, my drones are getting hit. This is why I don't put my drones out. There's a cruiser. There's a cruiser. But yeah, it is a really fun game, so yeah. Eve isn't a game, it's a way of life. Yeah, exactly. Thinking about making corp as well for PI stuff. Yep, that's always a good idea. There's a lot of people who want to do PI that feel it's a little more daunting than it should be, which it is. But it's really not that bad. Really not that bad. God damn it, quit targeting my damn drones. Oh, it's too far away. Okay. It's like, why the heck is it not targeting? So, yeah. So, Nebula XIX, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, right here I'm doing the Sister Arc, the Sisters of Eve Epic Arc, which is a good way to raise your standings with one faction. It's a common thing. You can repeat it every 3 months. It's a common one that everybody does. It's like 52 missions, which is a lot of running around. Which gets a little tedious, but it all works out in the end. But yeah, no worries, no worries. All right, appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, you'll get notified when I go live, and that always works out. If you ever have any questions, you can always kind of come in and ask. I have a Ask Me Anything in my profile, so yeah, you guys are always welcome. Always welcome. So let's turn this off and then turn it back on because I can't see the thing. Warp to location. That's what I want.
Drive active.
That's what I want. I like these ones that let me complete them remotely. That speeds things up. But yeah, this epic one, I'm trying to get through the 52 missions as quickly as possible. I'm on 13, so we'll have to see how that goes. So drones are always damaged. Always. Kicking the afterburner for a bit. Oh, jamming me. Oh, they're target painting me. No problem. Why are you guys not focusing your fire? Come on. Ooh. Need you to take out the close ones. Stick with the rest of us. But yeah, trying to get this one completed before the stream time, before we complete the stream. So I usually go for about 4 or 5 hours. So we'll see how far we can get. Reload all. I knew there was a reload all. I don't know why I couldn't find it before. That does them one at a time. Knew there was a reason why I wasn't using it. Alright.
Drive active.
So where does this put us? 13. Yeah, we're still third. This will finish 13. Get us to 14. Yeah, we should definitely be able to get at least halfway. 26. I think the last half takes a lot longer. I am not going to do that storyline mission because if I do it, it screws up the Sisters of Eve mission. Which kind of sucks because every 13 missions you actually get a storyline mission. I think it's 13. And so it's kind of nice to be able to, because out of 52 you're going to get that like 3 or 4 times. So, but unfortunately if you do those, gotta always remember to accept these. They get weird. So, and so yeah, Jackson had a problem where his actually got screwed up because of that. So yeah, I'm trying to avoid that happening. Crap, I wanted to fix my drones. Damn it. Well, what else is new? No worries, we'll fix them at the next one if we remember. If we remember. But anyway, so yeah, if anybody else, sorry about the yawn, if anybody else has any questions, feel free to throw them in there. I'm happy to answer any questions, Eve related, life related, ugly streamer dude related, whatever you got, I'll answer it. Or politically correctly refuse to answer it. if it's something really bad, but I can't imagine that. So. I haven't had any yet. No. We talked about my divorce, several life decisions, my kids. We've talked about just about everything on this stream. So pretty much everything's fair game. So but yeah, for some, I guess some of you are new. So I'm an American. Lived in Kansas City for probably the last 25, 28 years. Recently, just 2 months ago, moved, retired from my job in America at 57 to 25 years with my company, small bank in the Midwest, and moved to the Philippines with my wife. My wife is from the Philippines. She's been in America about 18 years. Actually, just short of 18 years she was in America. We've been married 18 years, and so we just celebrated our 18th wedding anniversary a couple weeks ago. And now we're living here. We've been living here in the Philippines for about 2 months, and loving it, loving retirement, loving the Philippines, loving everything about it. So it's actually better than I had hoped, which I never get better than I hope. So it's been a real blessing. So if you have any questions about any of that, feel free to ask. Running on Starlink, which I just finally got after 2 months here, actually 3 months of being on the waiting list. I started a month before we left America getting on the waiting list. So
Warp drive active.
yeah, it's still the same. So CCP is in Iceland. So the Plex price, it doesn't fluctuate with location, unfortunately. So, but yes, it is much, much cheaper to live here than it was in America, which is honestly, that's the number one reason I moved here. Number two is they speak English. Actually, probably number two is my wife is from here. And so I had promised her that when we retire, we would move back to her home country. Since she came to America for 18 years, I figured I could come here at least for another, hopefully I've got another 20 left. And so I'm not a beer drinker, but they do have quite a few of the American beers here. And so, yeah, they import everything. It is more expensive than the local beer, but it's still cheaper than in America. So it's weird. Chocolate is a perfect one. So a Hershey bar here costs about less than $1. But they won't spend $1 on it, a US dollar on it, because for $1 they can buy a pound of rice, which would feed the whole family, where a Hershey bar won't feed anybody. And so they don't usually splurge on chocolate or those kind of things. And so, but yeah, in Kansas City it was costing me almost $2 for a Hershey bar. So it's cheaper here. But if we sent money here to have them buy Hershey bars, they would use it to buy rice or something else. So, but yeah. The water is very cheap. So we have to pay for two types of water. We have water that comes into the house that we use for washing and showering and that kind of stuff. That is not drinkable. We have it filtered, so it probably is closer to being drinkable now, but it's still probably not the safest. And then so we buy drinking water. But both of those, the water that comes in the house costs me about $10 a month. And the drinking water costs me about $20 a month. And so, which is way, way lower than I spent in Kansas City. Kansas City, I had one water and I drank it. We filtered it still, but I drank it. But yeah, my water bill in Kansas City was, nowhere near $20 a month or $30 a month. I was probably well over $100 a month. So yeah, it wasn't horrible. I've heard there's other places where it's a lot worse. But yeah, so my electric bill. So electric here is the most expensive utility because they still generate it from whatever they can burn. And And so it's the most expensive utility. But my electric bill here, running the air conditioner, so we've got an air conditioner, 2 horsepower, split unit in my office where I'm sitting now, and a 1.5 horsepower split unit in our bedroom. And we run both of those 24/7, 365. And my electric bill is about $100 a month. I've got the computer running, all day, every day. The TVs aren't on all the time, but we have fans downstairs that we have on. We're actually planning now, because the electric bill is so low, we're planning to probably install a couple more air conditioners in the house, because it's kind of cost effective, more cost effective than we thought. So, but yeah, my electric bill in Kansas City, in the winter, it might get down to 250 to 300 a month. In the summers, I would pay between 300 and 400 a month. So yeah, and it's summertime here all the time. So yeah. So from that perspective, yeah, it's kind of nice, because $100 a month is way below what we were estimating. So we figured the electric would be really bad. So they have natural gas here, but you buy it in a kind of like you bought for your grill. And so yeah, so that's about the same. I want to say about $20 a canister. And so yeah, so those aren't bad. Ooh, there it is. Start conversation. So that should end that one. All right. Ship restrictions. Site restricts certain types of ships. You may use your Vexor. Okay, cool. All right, accept. All right, close. I wonder if I should leave some of this crap here. Nah, I'm fine. But yeah, so yeah, we estimated living here on about $2,000 a month, my wife and I. I have 2 grown kids from a previous marriage, 32-year-old and almost 27-year-old. It'd be 27 in August, and so yeah, so they're not with us. They're in America, have their own. My daughter has her own family. My son lives with his mother. That's a whole different. We've talked about that on stream too, but that's a whole different story. That's a long story. But yeah, so it's just the 2 of us. Though we have some of her family members with us almost all the time, every day. So yeah, so it's usually not just us. But yeah, so we're we expected $2,000 a month, and we're living closer to $1,000 a month, probably a little over $1,000 a month. So yeah, it's actually worked out really well. I didn't say orbit. I said activate.
Warp drive active.
So yeah, it's actually worked out better than we hoped. So and my wife right now, so one of her sisters is in from Japan, and so my wife right now is in Manila. She's been there all week. She's coming back today. So that's kind of exciting. Why are they so far away? You need to approach the hollow asteroid. Okay. All right. Approach. But yeah, so she's coming back today with her sister from Japan. Her sister from Japan is actually returning to Japan tomorrow. Or excuse me, next week. Late next week, I think, a week from Saturday. So it becomes immediately clear that whoever is handling security is on the fringe of the swarm. Okay, so let's just dock.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, so So that's also been, I don't want to say nice, but yeah, I can get more gaming in because my wife's not around. We have a dog. We had 2 dogs right before we left America. One of them had to be put to sleep, developed a back problem. I have dachshunds, so they're prone to the DAIBP, I don't know, whatever that back problem is. And
Permission requested.
he developed that right before we left.
Docking request accepted.
And so unfortunately that was a kick in the gut. But Abigail, we brought with us to the Philippines, so she's a world traveler dog. She was on the 22-hour flight with us, so which was kind of interesting. Poor kid didn't go to the bathroom for 3 days, almost 3 days, before she finally did. So, all right, so we need to pick it up and bring it back here. So set destination, okay? Accept. Close. Undock. But yeah, so there's been a lot of that. But yeah, she's recovered from that and seems to be adjusting well to the heat. The heat is the only real problem here. I'm not a fan. I like winters. I was definitely a fan of the Kansas City weather. But yeah, my wife, being from the Philippines, was never comfortable in America, temperature-wise. So, of course, now that we've come back to, she was there 18 years, so she gradually got a little used to it. And now that we've come back to the Philippines, she's complaining it's too hot. So go figure. Can't please them no matter what time, when it is, but yeah, it's she's been real happy to be home. She was away from her family for 18 years. I did bring her home every couple of years. That was one of the promises I made her when I brought her to America. That we'd come home every couple of years so she could see her family, and that we would retire here. When we retired, I just never expected it to actually happen. So when it happened, it was pretty awesome. But yeah, I retired at 57, which very rare in my line of work. I was a computer programmer for a small bank, mid-level bank in Kansas City, based out of Kansas City. They're actually in, I think, 10 or 12 states now. And so, but yeah, it was a good career, good life. But now I'm living in paradise on next to nothing and loving it. Loving every minute of it. I started streaming, yeah, probably a year and 3 months ago. Primarily so I'd have something to do in my retirement. I do it strictly as a hobby. I don't make any money doing it. Not much. Not enough. Doesn't even pay for my internet. So, doesn't even pay for my Starlink. But I do enjoy it. So, I've always been a gamer. And so streaming games just seemed like a natural progression. So, but yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. I'll be happy to answer them. I saw a lot of people that I worked with at the bank not retired till their 70s, and then right after they retired, like within 6 months, pass away. And I swore that was not going to be me. I didn't want that to happen. The men in my family have not, I think 72, 73 is a record for the men in my family for like the last 8 to 10 generations. The women, on the other hand, have lived to be almost 100. But the men, You know why men die first? Because they want to. That was a freebie. So yeah.
Docking permission requested.
But
Docking request.
but yeah, so I plan on breaking the record. I want to get to 80 at least, if not further. And I would prefer to be streaming that whole time. Luckily, I'm in great shape, great health, great health. I'm a little overweight, so I don't know. Great shape would be correct, but yes, for the most part, I'm not on any medications. We were talking earlier about allergies. I had some allergies. Yeah, because those succubuses suck the life out of us. Yeah, that's what I said. It's because they want to. Because after so many years, it's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I've had enough. But yeah.
Drive active.
But yeah, I don't take any medications. We watched a lot of vloggers from America that were on a lot of medications when they left America, came here to the Philippines, much more relaxing culture, eat much better, a lot of fresh food, fresh vegetables, and got off all their medications. So I didn't start on any. So I'm hoping that actually, gets me even further. But yeah. Both the wife and I have been very blessed. And so I don't want phase plasma. I want the phase plasma blueprint. Yeah. 325. 6 jumps. I'm not going through any of them. Of course not.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, but been very blessed. Very blessed. Made a very good living. Raised 2 beautiful children who are... My daughter is a productive member of society. My son is getting there, I think. He doesn't drive. 27. He'll be 27 in August. At 27, he doesn't drive. Or 26, he doesn't drive. I'm hoping he'll be driving by 27. His mother drives him everywhere, my ex-wife, who I commonly refer to as Satan, which is probably an insult to Satan. But yeah, she's a work of art. And we got married because she was pregnant with my daughter. So yeah, wasn't my finest moment. But we were together 13 years because I went through a divorce as a kid, and so I didn't want to put my kids through that. And after 13 years, she demanded a divorce, which I was more than happy to give her. And that's when I found this lovely woman I'm married to now here in the Philippines, and it has been night and day different. Night and day different. Like I said, we've been married 18 years. We just celebrated 18 years a couple weeks ago. Feels like it was just yesterday. It's very hard to believe it's been 18 years. It has been a true difference. When you find the right one, it makes a huge difference. So yeah. So definitely recommend everybody take their time looking for the right one, because I didn't with the first one, and that was costly, very costly, especially when it comes to divorces. Very costly. But yeah, this one's a real winner. She's an awesome human being. Awesome human being. She drives me crazy sometimes, but then again, I can't imagine 2 people living together that get on each other's nerves from time to time. But yeah, she's the best thing that ever happened to me. So hands down. So, but yeah, it'll be good to see her when she gets home today. I haven't seen her all week, so that'll be a good one. She left on Sunday afternoon, and it's now Friday, going on Friday afternoon. And so, yeah, so we'll have to see how that goes. Kill the mercenaries protecting the Grease's facility. Okay. I can do that. Let's repair my drones. I just remembered. Alright. But yeah. What else? We're building a house here in the Philippines, so right now we're renting. The plan is to, we have land here in the Philippines that we're going to be building a house on. So we're currently getting estimates from contractors so we can make a decision on which contractor to go with. Which that's a whole nother Philippine thing. The Philippines is a very relaxed society. And that's the way it works with everything. So if you try to change it, it'll frustrate the living daylights out of you. So because there is no changing it. So and that's been a little frustrating. I did lose a drone. Damn it. I hate when I lose drones. Alright, let's orbit this guy. But yeah, it's been interesting. Because, yeah, they don't do anything fast here. They are very laid back. And to a fault. When we visited here, so we tried to do every 2 years. We didn't make every 2 years. But we tried to do every 2 years, and when we visited here, it was the only place I had ever been able to really relax. Because they pretty much force you to relax. Is that it? Surely I guess that is it. Well, that was a waste. Oh.
Warp drive active.
I should probably wait till the drones are back in before I say dock. But yes, so yeah. So quite interesting. It's the only place I was ever able to relax. Because they force it on you. We came here once, one trip we came here for 7 weeks, and I had a list because we knew we were going to retire here. I had a list of things I wanted to get answered, and it was probably like a list of like 10 items, maybe 15 items of things I wanted to get researched and figured out and blah, blah, blah. And
docking permission requested.
We got here, and they were all like, man, you got 7 weeks. Come on, relax. Don't worry about it, and then a week later, you got 6 weeks. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine, blah, blah, blah. And at the end, my list of 15 items had turned into like 20 items, and I think I crossed off like one in 7 weeks. And I was just like, really? And they were like, yeah, come on, you're here to relax, it's not a big deal, And so I was like, holy cow, guys, you're killing me. It says I need 150k cargo. So let's take all this stuff. First of all, let's stack it. Then let's take it. Select all. That's what I'm looking for. Let's throw in this item hanger, which gives me more than 150. Alright. Ship restrictions. Says I'm okay. My Vexor is good. This is why I chose the Vexor, because if I'd have chose something else, it might not have worked. Alright. Pick it up here. Okay, cool. So, but yeah, that's just kind of the way it works here. So, so I had trouble getting Starlink. I've been on the waiting list for 3 months with Starlink themselves. Finally decided, okay, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I'm going to figure something out here. Oh crap! I forgot to pick up the
Docking request
the
accepted.
cargo. Duh. But so yeah, so I decided to take matters in my own hands. Did some research, found out that the Philippines has one reseller of Starlink called Silicon Valley. It's a Filipino company. Reached out to them, tried to call them. The whole phone system here is really screwed. Um, you have mobile providers. You have two main mobile providers, Global and Smart. So, but they're really only allowed to call themselves. I guess not. You can call the other one, but it's expensive. So if we have Smart. So if we call Globe, it's pretty expensive. And then if we try to call a landline, which is of course a third choice, that's like impossible. You got to have like a huge amount of load to call a landline. And of course, most of these malls were kind of like landline type stuff. And so I finally found that they had this Silicon Valley had a Facebook page. So I went out to that. I chatted with them. They're like, "Oh, just buy it off our website. We'll deliver it to your place." And I'm like, "Okay, great." Went out to their website. Wouldn't sell it to me because of my location, which is what's happened with Starlink. So the Manila area is sold out for Starlink. And so we're in Batangas region, which is just south of Manila. And so the circle around Manila encompasses us. So even though we're not in Manila, they've looped us into that, zone. And so that's how we kind of got screwed that way. So they wouldn't. So the website wouldn't sell it to me. So I said, "Hey, your website won't sell it to me." So they actually found a store in a mall here that had a residential unit, which is very rare because they're sold out. And it was about 2 hours away. So I was like, okay, everything here is 2 hours away, so it wasn't that huge of a deal. We were like, okay. So we went ahead and went there and picked it up, and I thought, okay, picking it up is going to be the hardest part, right? I finally found it. I tracked it down. I got it. It's $500 for this kit, this panel for Starlink. All right. And so I'm like, okay, I got it. Great. Well, no, they couldn't sell me the mounting bracket. So I had to get that from somewhere else. And then turns out the mounting bracket wouldn't raise it up high enough, so that wouldn't work. So then I had to go and get something from somewhere else, and so I got to open this so that I can put the farming supplies in there. That's the whole point. All right. But yeah, so it was just this whole thing. So it was like a week to 2 weeks before I was able to actually even get it installed. And so yeah, so that was like, okay. So, neutralize every drone inside the containment area. Okay, we can do that. All right. But yeah, so now I have it installed. And of course, getting it installed was a whole nother controversy because they wouldn't let me sign up for residential because they don't have any residential availability. So they made me sign up for roaming, which is, of course, twice the cost, which I said, hey, I don't want. So now supposedly they're going to open up a residential port for me and switch me over as long as I pay the roaming for the first month, which it's just, yeah. But yeah, so here we are, 2 weeks after I picked up the kit, and I'm finally getting Starlink working. And then, of course, it doesn't work the same as any of the other internet providers, so I've got to manipulate my stream to get it to work right. And so, but yeah, that's kind of the way it works here in the Philippines. My internet that I had, which is broadband, was consistent. It was consistent speed-wise. I got about 70 up and 70 down megabits per second, but it would cut out 3, 4, 5 times a day, and just for no reason. Sometimes it would cut completely out, and I'd have to call them so they could go kick it, and then it would come back on. Which I was just like, okay, surely you can set up some monitoring or something. So, but yeah, it was quite frustrating. And so, but yeah, it was interesting. Where the Starlink is consistent, it stays up, but the bandwidth, I think, because it's hitting a satellite that's constantly orbiting the Earth, the bandwidth fluctuates drastically. So where the broadband was always 70, it was either 70 or 0, you know. This one goes from 50 to 500 upload or download. The upload speed doesn't ever go over 20, which has been interesting, because I think upload is primarily what streaming uses for Twitch streaming, and so that's been a little different. But yeah, so it is what it is. I'm happy to have the Starlink and happy to have it installed. But yeah, it's one of those where it's like taking some time to get used to. Alright, so let's get these guys. Who do I got locks on? There we go. See who we can pick off. Got another one here I didn't target. Alright. Minute 15. But yeah, so, but it's been interesting. Always a learning experience, if nothing else. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I want. All right, return. I bet you I don't have any more ammo. That's why it's not reloading. Don't tell me I'm going to run out of ammo. Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Warp drive active.
Well, I guess we were looking for phased. Let's see. Ah, there's 3. Definitely want to buy the blueprint. Let's buy this one. Alright. And then, let's actually buy some phase plasma. 150? That's crazy. Should be way less than 100.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Alright, we'll see where they send us to next. Alright, start conversation. Complete. Alright, request. Alright, they're gonna send us back there. So, accept. Let's pick all this stuff up. Select all. There it is. Select all. Put these back in here. Okay. All right. So we'll see what kind of price it gives me. Thought I already had set destination. Guess not.
Warp drive active.
So yeah, 150 seems really high. Alright, nope, still 150. So.
Warp drive
But yeah,
active.
so I've lived a interesting life. Yeah, look at that. 108,000 for robotics, which is one of the ones I built. 2.4 billion for an orca. Which is something I've been thinking about building. Yeah. Yeah, 79. That's more like it. That's more like it. Alright, let's see.
Warp drive active.
See which one we get closer to. I didn't even check see which mission I'm on. I'm on 20. Oh my lord. Well, we're definitely gonna make 26. We still got an hour, at least an hour left. 107. 107. That's too expensive. We're actually gonna go through it though. Might be worth it.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to buy these. Because I'm running out of ammo.
Warp drive
107,
active.
that's expensive. 10 below regional average, I guess. Not too bad. Oops. Heavy water.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh, we're really close to UV. Where's that? Maybe it's in Azer. Item hanger. Excellent. And we'll continue on. I bought a... Ooh. Where's that? 7 jumps. I need that. There's the blueprint. 7 jumps. But yeah, I got away from it now, so I'll have to go pick it up. It's alright, we'll figure it out.
Warp drive active.
Oh. So even with my gaming chair, still not perfect for my rear end. So I didn't lose a drone. Why did it tell me I had 9? I don't know. Excuse me. Sorry about that. It woke me up out of deep sleep this morning at 8 o'clock, which I really shouldn't have been in a deep sleep at that time, but what else is new?
Warp drive active.
Oh. So what else? Cost of living here, as we mentioned, very low. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. Holiday here in the Philippines. I have no idea what holiday it is. I should really look it up. Should really look it up. Should really look it up.
Warp drive active.
Philippine. EID. Al-Adha. Evening of June 6th. It's the second of the 2 main festivals in Islam alongside Eid al-Fitr. Falls on the 10th of Duha, the 12th and final month. That's not on the calendar. Yep. Yeah, so today and upcoming holidays in the Philippines. So June 12th is Independence Day, June 21st, June solstice. 3 holidays in June. Definitely have more holidays than America. Nope, 4 holidays in June. June 27th is a Muslim holiday. And then nothing in July. But 2 in August, 4 in September, 1 in October, 2 in November, 3 in November, 1 in December. They don't. No, they got Christmas listed. Yeah. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in December. 3 in January. My goodness gracious. I'm not going to get anything done here.
Warp drive active.
I thought there were a lot of holidays in America. My goodness. So yeah, so that's our contractor. No matter which contractor we go with, they don't work on the holidays. So and then we're also coming into the rainy season, which causes it to have some problems working. So yeah, so that's always interesting. So. So let's dock her up.
Permission requested. Docking request accepted.
And we'll talk to our original agent. All right, need personnel. Evacuate the personnel from the area. Alright. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that.
Warp drive active.
I'm sorry, ads are on. Appreciate you guys struggling through the ads. Necessary evil for Twitch. Oh, I guess I should put this on. Alright, so approach this. This is very far away. Stay on task, it said. So I don't think we're supposed to fight them. Which honestly I'm okay with. It's a lot of drones. All right, let's coast her in. Let's coast her in. Welcome back from the ads.
Warp drive active.
No sense wasting time. No sense wasting time.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So what's that put us? $22. Pick up location, bring it back here. All right. 50, no problem. We got 50. Yep, we got 50. You know what? No. All right. Here, let's do this.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Let's switch ships. Since this is just a pick up and deliver mission. This will be definitely faster. This one will definitely be faster.
Warp drive active.
What the heck is that? Badger. A badger. I haven't seen a badger in a while. Oh, let's see. Who is streaming Eve? Actually, there's quite a few people streaming Eve today. Maybe last Thursday was just a fluke. Let's see. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 10, 15, 19. So really not that many. Really not that many.
Warp drive active.
Ghosty, Lady Death, Morty Schnurd, Zero Chronos are the ones that I know. Udema Scout, Autonomous Donk. I know those two as well. Swear T, know that one. So yeah, so they're still not bad. So maybe last Thursday was just a fluke. Yeah, last Thursday it was nobody but me streaming Eve. I think me and like 3 others that all had like 1 viewer. Last Thursday night, Friday during the day for me here in the Philippines. So I made this offer to a couple times in the stream, so you guys can feel free to take me up on it. But I am at least 12 hours in the future for most of you. I think some of you USA for the win. I know you're a little closer. Some of the European ones are a little closer, but so I am willing to give you the lottery numbers for the American lottery as long as you split it with me 50-50. So if you're interested in that deal, just, you know, message me offline and we'll get it worked out. Since I am in the future, I can see the future.
Warp drive active.
Told a couple people in my church that, and they had to think about it for a while, like, I just love my family. So I have 8 brothers and sisters. They still haven't quite figured out that, you know, I'm in the future and a different time zone than them. So they're constantly texting me at, you know, 1 o'clock in the freaking morning.
Requested. Docking request accepted.
Which is, you know, okay. Not the worst possible thing in the world. Not the worst possible thing in the world. Not the worst possible thing in the world.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, what else? Yeah, it's funny. Here's my receipt sitting right here for the Starlink. It came out to like $520 is what it came out to for the kit. Which I understand a deposit because it is a panel, you know.
Drive
But
active.
in this case, I think I bought it. So, which you don't normally buy the router. You don't normally buy that stuff. You usually return that stuff. With my Google Fiber, you know, I never bought any of that stuff. Of course, mine was also so outdated by the time I had Google Fiber for over 10 years. And in 10 years, I think I only lost internet like 3 times. Pretty fantastic. So yeah, Google Fiber, especially there in Kansas City, I really, it's awesome. Best internet I've ever had. And I've had some doozies. But yeah, it was that even then, you know, I never paid for any of the equipment. And so yeah, so this is Starlink's a little bit different, so. But yeah. Sorry, ears itching. Ears itching.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll be happy to answer them about anything. On Monday night, or Monday during the day, Sunday nights, American time, we do a Baldur's Gate stream where I play with one of my viewers. Actually, I'll play with any of my viewers. Right now, there's only one that's doing it, but I think we have a couple people that we're talking about being interested, so. But I don't know that they've gotten around to it yet.
Active.
Kind of doing a walkthrough. Been interesting. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy the CRPGs. Very much so. But yeah, thanks, Jerry Can, for that. Jerry Can's one of my viewers. I have no idea when he sleeps.
Permission requested.
He's pretty much the first one in my stream and the last one in my stream, and sometimes he's even in my stream when I'm testing stuff.
Docking request
I'm like,
accepted.
I don't think he sleeps. Alright. Start. Complete. Request. Alright. The following objectives must be completed. The following rewards will be yours. Complete this mission. Tracking the Queen or Bag of Blood. I think he said he did Bag of Blood. Hopefully I don't have to get his... It looked like it was a station.
Warp drive active.
Yep. Where am I at? 23, 24, 24. Excellent. So yeah, we're almost halfway. We're almost halfway.
Warp drive active.
We're almost halfway.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, what else? I can't believe we didn't see Dark Slider. I'm gonna have to see if I can find him on Discord.
Docking request
Kick
accepted.
in. Haven't talked to him in a while. Don't have him in there. Pick up. Undock. Yes, this bugs me. Because I don't know why it does this. It just stops tracking all of a sudden. Like, why?
Warp drive active.
Verify. Morty, Manta. There's Dark Slider.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. So yeah, wife's coming home, so that should be interesting. I think she's only going to be home for a couple days, and then they're headed back to Manila. Her sister still has some things to get done prior to going back to Japan. She goes back on the 14th, which is a week from tomorrow, Saturday.
Warp drive active.
And yeah, so, and my wife's been trying to help her get some of that stuff accomplished. So then after that, she should be home. Should be. We'll see. Unless she finds something else to get excited about.
Docking permission requested.
3 gig of 5G data for 3 days to power up your long weekend. Load power all 59 today to get a total of 8 gigabyte for all sites. And
Docking request accepted.
valid for 3 days. Favorite e-wallet. How many e-wallets? I need to check into some e-wallets here so we can get that taken care of. Start conversation. Complete. Alright. Request. Alright. Yeah, plant the fake body in the outpost. Any Serpentis kills are optional. So I'm going to accept. And then I am going to switch ships because I can't kill anything in that one. In fact, I will just get killed in that one. I can't even take a hit. This way. Actually, yeah, that'll be fine. Oh, I didn't pick up the body. Or did I? I don't think I have it. It says plant the fake body double, so do I need to pick it up?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So did I get another storyline mission? Haha! I did! So it turns out I will get all the storyline missions. See, I thought if I didn't do them, I wouldn't get them. So screw that. That works great. There it is. But why didn't it tell me I didn't have it in my cargo? It's interesting. That was interesting. Actually, I was going to drop all this stuff off.
Docking permission
I
requested.
tell you, some
Docking
days.
request accepted.
Alright, we want to select all. And then we want to take off the body double. And the medium ammo. Other than that, I want to leave here. There you go. Bingo.
Warp drive active.
Read the details. Wolfbergen hideout. Okay, so let's go ahead and approach this. I want to put the your small outpost serpent convinced wolf is hiding out. They take the body and fly it to the outpost. Kill the apprentice if you feel like it. You're going to place a fake body in the outpost and fly away. This will activate the time you're supposed to. Oh. Turn that off. Alright.
Warp drive active.
I have shield hardeners on here that I never even thought about using. I tell you, some days it's a wonder I even get out of bed. Multi-spectrum and EM. I don't think they're... Serpentis is probably doing EM. Serpentis is probably doing EM.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Alright. Conversation complete. Request. Ship restrictions. I should be fine. Track the drone with the help of require. Is he in there? Yeah, I got too much crap in here now, so I don't know if Wolf's in here or not.
Warp drive active.
Need to get some music on the stream. That's another one that I've been planning on adding to the stream is music. I really like what Serpent Power has on his, where he has kind of the music, what's playing at the top. I have to ask him how he did that. Well, it looks like we missed a party. Something was here, but it's faint. Take that acceleration gate. All right. All right. Oh.
Warp drive active.
Reaching out. Mysterious drone. I'm gonna chase this one forever, I think, if I remember correctly, and never kill it.
Warp drive active.
Alright, and chase this guy again.
Warp drive active.
Trying to get me to kill my cap.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
See if we can get this. Where are we at? 27. More than halfway. We still got 25 minutes left, at least. Need to activate the acceleration gate. I probably have to kill these guys before I can activate it. Target one. Alright, let's see if we can get this completed. See how far we can get.
Warp drive active.
Alright, let's get these cleaned up. Warp disrupted. Webify. Come on. Oh, we're not orbiting. All right.
Warp drive active.
All right, let's see. Wake up, wake up. We lost one. No, we didn't. Alright, bring down the hive. Did it. Alright.
Warp drive active.
$27 going on $28. I should go get another cup of coffee. Maybe we'll go another hour. Oh my goodness, clouds out there really dark. Really dark. Autocynthian Lancers are here.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Start conversation, so yeah, maybe I'll go get a... Alright, so now they're gonna send me to heck. What the heck? Alright, let's fix our drones. I tell you, no matter how hard I try. Alright. Ooh, that's a long one.
Warp drive active.
Well, this one's got a range of 1,014, 1,216, 3,018. So let's see what we got. Heavy water, that's not a problem. Why all that stuff is there? Precursor weapon. I really need that. No, it's getting further away.
Warp drive active.
Getting further away. I am loving my new watch. Bought myself, actually the wife bought me, I bought it myself, the retirement gift for retiring. I always had to wear my my tracker for my medical insurance, get the discount on my medical insurance. So I never really was able to wear a real watch. Not a huge watch fan. But here in the Philippines, there are no clocks. None. And so yeah, so it's been interesting because I have now kind of picked up the whole watch thing, which is kind of nice. So. Yeah, I'm not going through any of these. So it's a Citizen. A Citizen. Can't remember what the model name is. But it's really nice. I've enjoyed it. And tells the time. The hands don't really glow very well, and I don't know why. I don't know if I got to leave it out in the sun more. So it's Eco Drive, so it doesn't. It has a battery, but it's a rechargeable battery that gets charged by any kind of light source, and so, which is really nice. I don't want to have to deal with changing batteries, so I kind of went with that. One thing you guys will find out, if you don't already know, I will not endorse anything on this stream that I do not use myself. Period. End of discussion. So yeah, so from that perspective, yeah, I definitely recommend the Eco Drive, which is a Citizen trademark. But any light will recharge it. And I guess this one runs for like 4 months without having to be charged again. So I could be in the darkness for 4 months, which I can't imagine. But I could be in the darkness for 4 months and not have a problem.
Warp drive active.
Like I said, I don't see that happening. I'm going to see. We might get close to Hatamo. And if we get close, I'm going to pick this thing up. Now, Hatamo looks like it's pretty close to Hogobo. Probably not. They're just the same distance. This precursor weapon one. Anyway, I need to pick that up too. So yeah, so we'll see. That precursor weapon is one of the skills I need to, so I can fly my Kikimora. Which I want. But yeah, the clouds out there are really dark. Oh, excuse me, really dark. And I'm sorry for the yawning. I don't have no idea why I'm yawning today. Maybe because the wife's coming home. I don't know.
Warp drive active.
6. Same distance, so we're probably not going to get any closer. What's in Cooster? Oh, that's where the... Nope. Neres is a haul or a couple ventures. It's kind of interesting. What the heck? What the heck?
Warp drive active.
6, 7. Yeah, so we're getting further away. So no worries. Yeah, I have no idea why I'm yawning. Maybe I'll run down and get another cup of coffee, and we'll see about maybe seeing if how far we can get on this. We go another hour. I don't think I'll get it done, but maybe we'll try. Since my wife is not home yet, looks like they're probably going to be coming in through the rain, so that's going to slow them down drastically.
Warp drive
I'm going to
active.
actually ask her where they're at. They probably haven't left Manila yet. Which, okay. If that's the case, they will definitely do another hour, because Abigail is sitting back there, they're sleeping away. I don't think she slept very well last night either. I don't know why. I don't know why. Yep, 9 and 7.
Warp drive active.
Don't know why, but yeah, we'll see what the wife says. Normally I quit around 1:30 my time, which is in about 10 minutes. Usually add another 10 minutes on just to cover the starting one so that it still gets to be a 4-hour stream. But the we'll see about maybe going a little longer today since this is my last stream of the week. I don't stream on the weekends unless I do a special stream for some reason, which I don't have any planned this weekend. Like I said, my wife's been gone all week, so it'd be good to see her and hang out with her and spend time with her. So, which I will be required to do whether I want to or not. so probably better that I clear my schedule. I do need to jump on to Eve at least and get my daily ones. I'm also setting up one of my alts with new PI. So the PI stuff I'm doing is to try and build what I need for the capital components. So I was able to graph out exactly what I needed for the self-harmonizing something or other, which I think is the what I need the most of. And so yeah, so I'm looking at that. So but yeah, I can't believe we didn't see Dark Slider. Way late for him now, so he's definitely asleep. Maybe he just decided to take the day off. Maybe he just decided to take the day off. Oh, who's kicking in local? HyperNet offers. What a crock.
Warp drive active.
What am I close to now? Nope, nothing. Alright, coming in the heck. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? So yeah, once I dock here and hack, I'm going to run down and grab another cup of coffee and we'll go on for another hour or so. I haven't got any response from the wife. So she's ignoring me. Maybe she wants to surprise me. If that's the case.
Warp drive active.
I doubt that. I think she's pissed at me. But either way, not a problem. You stop this yawning though. Good golly. So yeah, I'll use the bathroom, get another cup of coffee.
Docking request accepted.
And we'll go on for another hour if that's alright with you guys. Location is a hang. Investigate the smuggling hub and report back. All right, let me go grab this, and I will be right back. So, thanks. Sorry about that. Got another coffee. We're in good shape. Looks like I spilled some milk. Which is not always a good idea. Actually, never a good idea. But it's definitely getting ready to storm here in just a few moments. Oh, ads are on. I picked a good time. Hey, Abigail. You want to go outside? I'm going to take Abigail outside since we got an ad break going on. Definitely getting ready to rain here. So one of my neighbors has Starlink, and theirs doesn't seem to move at all. Mine blows around pretty good. All right, let's see how far we can get. See how far we can get. So we're just past 4 hours. Still no drops. Not a single drop frame, which is pretty good.
Warp drive active.
Pretty good. I'm very happy with that. It is fluctuating quite a bit. But even then, that's not that bad. As long as it doesn't drop frames. I'm on 29. Holy mackerel. Okay. Mission capture unit has been quite busy recently. Almost caught smuggling something in our space. Help us out.
Warp drive active.
Alright. I don't know what we were doing. Lots of smugglers. Looks like they're still getting reinforcements even though stolen. Yeah, that was an easy mission. That was an easy mission. Which will crest us to 30. So that's good.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Which will crest us to 30. Conversation complete. Request. Alright. We're going to go see another agent. Close. Dock.
Warp drive active.
Standings increase. Appreciate you guys being here, even any of you lurkers. Appreciate ya. Always a pleasure. I want to see how far I can get on this thing. Honestly, if we can get it done, that would be fantastic. No, I don't think we're going to get it done.
Warp drive active.
Or Jackson will be super upset if I do get it done. Check this guy out. Check this guy out. Abigail's back to sleeping. We'll check if the wife responded. Ah, she did. On the road, heavy rain. So she says they're on the road, but heavy rain, which is going to slow them down. So, but at least they're on the way.
Permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So yeah, that'll also be whenever we'll quit. Is if she gets home, I will definitely have to quit. She'll have a fit if I'm playing. Morty's out there. Looks like Morty's playing Once Human. Nope, says he's playing Eve. Yeah, says he's playing Eve's. Alright, start conversation. Accept. Alright. Alright, let's go see what we gotta do. Alright, warp to location.
Warp drive active.
Need to destroy the auxiliary power array. Holy mackerel. Oh, they're warping away. Auxiliary power array. Well, so we got these guys taken care of. Got these guys taken care of. Clean up these wrecks, and then we'll go dock. Dock. Cool beans. This is actually mission 31. Bring us to 32. Leaves only 20 left. We'll see if we can get it done in the next hour. We got through 20 in an hour. We should be able to do it. I think the last 20, though, are quite a bit longer. The last one, especially a doozy. I remember that one.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I remember that one. All right. Clear the facility of hostiles and capture any lieutenants present. All right. You can do it. We can do it.
warp drive active.
Yeah, so we'll get through these, see how we do. At least maybe get into the 40s. We'll see how far we can get before she shows up. You need to destroy all enemies in the vicinity. Okay, I can do that. Let's do that. Orbit at 15. Launch. 1, 2, 3. She's texting me. Just entered Lipa. Alright, so that puts them about 2 hours away. And that's not with counting the rain, so we'll have to see. Alright. Habitation modules. So let's look here and see what we've got. Habitation module. Let's pick these up. See if we can pick these up, clean up these wrecks. Loot them, at least we'll have some stuff to break down if nothing else. Oh, metal scraps. Ears itching. Ear is itching. They put himself in a cargo container? That doesn't make no sense. duck.
Warp drive active.
So not too bad.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Go back. Lots of flying around.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I figured out all my PI stuff that I need for everything. Got it all written down, got it all laid out. I was clearing up PI on one of my alts yesterday, so I'll tear the rest of it down, start building up what I need and getting it set up. And that should get that going. Start building the tier 4 things that I need for these capital ship components. So that'll be awesome.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Yeah, it's like lunchtime in Lipa, so they're gonna be, that's horrible traffic time regardless, so yeah, they're gonna be bad shape no matter what. Wars be yours, follow the objectives.
Warp drive active.
Oh. Clouds are kind of clearing up. Doesn't look like it's even range yet. not quite as dark as they were before, so you need to destroy the Amar tactical outpost. Okay. Spar. I don't want that. More tactical outpost. There you go. Why are they not? Why are they not attacking? No, they're not. The Punisher. Or, yeah, Punisher. Says I have to attack the MR outpost. I guess I don't. Let's pick this stuff up. Yeah, we'll pick up this loot. Thundering a lot here. It definitely sounds like rain. Ammo. Lots of ammo. I got more missiles I know what to do with. I have to see if I can break those down if they'll give me any. Megasite. I need megasite.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, thunder, thunder, thunder. Thundercats, ho! Thundercats, ho! Sorry, dating myself. Probably a lot of you guys have never even seen the Thundercats. Never even seen the Thundercats.
Docking permission
Maybe
requested.
never even heard of the Thundercats. I think everybody's probably heard of the Thundercats.
Docking request accepted.
I was thinking for some reason it didn't dock. Definitely thundering. So if it's not gonna rain, it's sure making a lot of noise.
Warp drive active.
And somebody here's going crazy with the HyperNet offers. Come on, man. It's a good offer. It'll generate its own business. But post it in local. Alright. Destroy all enemies. Foreign and domestic. Pick up all this loot at least. Pick up all this loot at least. Thing is moving slow. Hmm. Well, that was helpful. Oh, come on. Overshot in like 1 second. Just ridiculous. Dock.
Warp drive active.
Takes longer to pick up the loot than it does to blow up the ships. Takes longer to pick up the loot than it does to blow up the ships. That's kind of ridiculous. Kind of ridiculous. Kind of ridiculous. Redonkulous. Redonkulous.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested.
And music, I write the song. Oh, going to another one. I should fix my guys.
Warp drive active.
It's thundering again. So we're almost done that hour. We're only at 36. So let's see. That may be the best we can do.
Warp drive active.
Yep. So yeah, the Epic Arc is kind of a grind, but it's all good to keep it interesting. Got you jumping around a lot. I remember the ending ones got you flying around a lot.
Warp drive active.
This one's actually a really long one we're flying. So faster ship would make a bigger difference.
Warp drive active.
So not really horrible. Been kind of nice here. We haven't lost power in several nights, which is kind of rare. Normally we only lose power at night, which is kind of weird. But one of the things we're going to do in our house is we're going to build it with solar power so that we don't have that, because it's a big problem here in the Philippines where the electric grid is not capable of maintaining the power, so they have to do what they call brownouts
Drive active.
on a fairly regular basis. So our house, when we build, is going to be fully powered with solar. So, which will cut our electric bill to nothing. So, save us another $100 a month. So yeah, can't beat that. But yeah, the setup for the solar is not the cheapest. But here in the Philippines, it actually pays for itself in about 5 years. So really can't beat that. So that's kind of nice.
Warp drive active.
Caviar, what's up? Yeah, here they don't do that. You can give it back to the electric company and they'll give you a credit. But since you're not buying from the electric company anyway, the credit never gets used. You can't transfer it to family members or anything. So you end up with a credit with the electric company for the rest of your life that they just write off when you die. And so, but I probably will try to give some excess back, at least so that I can try and help out the other Filipinos. But we got to see how ours is configured to see if it really works out that way or not. So we're not planning to configure it with a whole lot of excess. So, but it's hard to pinpoint that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, in America, they allow you to sell it back, and the electric company pays you. They pay you significantly less than what they charge you, but it's better than a stick in the eye. Here, they just give you credit, and so you end up with this huge credit with the electric company that you can never use. You can't pay for your family, you can't help out the other family members, which I said, okay, if we can help out other family members, sure. We'll get the credit and we'll credit it to other family members. And they said, no, you can only use it for yourself. And I'm like, so yeah, the only time that would happen is if something happened with my solar panels or my solar system that would cause it to be out for a while and I'd have to use electric. And so, and then I could, work off that credit. But yeah, the credit's just going to go up and up and up and never really be used. So, but like I said, we'll probably at least do some of that so that we have a credit built up in case something ever happens. But yeah, it's one of those where it's not very lucrative. So, but that's a good question. Yeah, in America, they've at least made it so you can sell it back to them. Like I said, they sell it back to you. They charge you, $1 per kilowatt hour. They only buy it from you at 50 cents per kilowatt hour, and then they sell it to somebody else for $1. But at least they're paying you for it, and so that's kind of nice. In my case, it's free. I mean, we paid for the solar grid, we paid for the, for the solar, transformer and all that stuff. It's not quite free, but it is, it's a lot a lot better because it's a lot more cost effective. Here in the Philippines, the solar system pays for itself in about 5 years. And the panels are usually good for at least 10. The batteries are good for around 10, 8 to 10. So that's a good, at least 3 years of profit. So definitely worth it. But it's also not cheap, so if anything, your power would be too good for the power grid. Probably, right. Because it's definitely a lot cleaner. So yeah, the power grid here is very dirty power. Fluctuates a lot. And so that's another problem, because every one of the appliances we buy here, the refrigerator, the air conditioners, everything comes with a transformer built in because of the fact that the power is so dirty. Got to be able to protect it. And if it doesn't have a transformer built in, there's a good bet that it's going to get damaged by the power. So yeah, so it's kind of that. You sell it to them as nice clean, and then they mix it in with the dirty power and ship it out to somebody else. So yeah. But once again, you're not really selling it to them. They're just giving you a credit. So, but I understand. So, but yeah, it was kind of funny because it was like I was expecting to be able to sell some of it back to them, which would then, which would offset some of our other costs. But yeah, they don't do that one. And maybe eventually it'll come to that. But they also don't make the kind of money that the American power companies make either. That's why they don't, American power companies put the transformers on the poles to clean up the power so that anything coming to your house is clean. Here, they don't care. So, in fact, there's a lot of expats here that have paid for their own transformer so that the power coming to their house is cleaner. So then that way anything they have that doesn't have a transformer built in will be covered. But yeah, it's funny because even then it doesn't always work. It doesn't always cover it. So I didn't set the destination. Transformers step up and step down the voltage. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yeah, so from that perspective, it's kind of one of those where it doesn't always work it out as well as it should. So oh, there's my third. There's my third one. So now I've got 3. That's not the one I want. I want this one. Yeah, so now I've got 3 storyline missions. So that's good. But yeah, the Transformers, they do step it up and down. And a couple of the vloggers that we watch, even though they paid for a Transformer, it still doesn't always protect their stuff, which is kind of frustrating. And so, yeah, so it's been kind of frustrating from that perspective because they're like, yeah, they doesn't always cover what it's supposed to. So but yeah.
Warp drive active.
And they've had to have theirs come out and be adjusted multiple times because the power grid gets so low that even the transformer doesn't keep it clean. So, which seems to defeat the purpose. So, sounds like it's raining. Weird. Sounds like it's raining, but it's not raining. Ah, it is raining. Yeah, so it has finally started raining. It's weird though, it doesn't look like the road's getting wet, so. Which is kind of weird. Okay, why am I not getting a warp vector? Because I'm stuck? What the fudge? Alright, let's go this way. How do I get stuck on the station?
Warp drive active.
No, now it's gonna go right back up again. Oh, there it goes. Okay, cool. Like, yeah, normally I fly through the station. Some days. Some days, some days. Yeah, it's pouring. It's weird though. It's actually brighter now than it was before. So now it's raining. One thing they blame for the poor power grid there is aging coal power plants. That's what maintenance is for. Exactly. Exactly. Well, and that's where the other one is they keep saying that we're running out of coal. And so that's why we got to come up with alternate sources. But amazingly enough, the dinosaurs haven't been around for, which is supposedly where the coal comes from, haven't been around for a really, really long time. And we still keep finding more. And so yeah, I don't think that, I think the source of the coal is something completely different. I think what they want to do is they want to leave the coal to make diamonds. And so then that way they can kind of make money off the diamonds, but I don't know. That's one thing that's been really surprising here in the Philippines is America is kind of founded on, we went through the whole railroad kind of tycoon era where the railroads came into being and kind of delivered product and made a big deal. And that's kind of where the whole coal thing came up because a lot of the trains were run on that. But here they have like no trains. I actually saw my first train track when we went for our anniversary. When we went to the place, there was a train track there, and it was completely overgrown, like it had never been used. And the people there were like, yeah, we don't even know what it is. And I'm like, it's a train track. And so it's like, but coal contains the energy stored by plants that lived hundreds of millions of years ago in swampy forests. There you go. Yep. So yeah, so it's kind of amazing because it's like,
drive active.
But yeah, they keep finding more and more sources, so something's renewing it. So, but yeah, and they don't burn any coal here at all. So I don't know if it's because maybe they don't have, and they do have swampy areas here because that's where the rice fields are actually made, is in the swampy areas because the rice needs a lot of water. So yeah, it's kind of strange because you would think from those perspectives it would be.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
But yeah, then maybe forest is the key word there. They don't have a whole lot of swampy forest. They do have a lot of swampy areas, but they don't have a whole lot of forest. Yeah, story. Could be using coal, but has filters on the coal stacks to clean it up. Yeah, not here. They don't. They have They have nothing like that. So yeah, it's been really interesting because they don't. I mean, the cars have no what do you call that, catalytic converter type things. I mean, the pollution here is really bad, really bad, and that's been one that's been kind of surprising because with it being an island nation, that pollution then seeps into the ocean. But their beaches are really pretty because they, most of them are tourist attractions, so they keep them clean.
Warp drive.
And the oceans are really clear. So somehow, but like the rest of it, there's trash everywhere. Like that, nobody ever picks anything up. A lot of time when I'm walking, I take a trash bag with me so I can pick stuff up. Air pollution is really bad. Yeah, because of the cars, because none of the cars have any kind of emission stuff done on them. They're all really old. And so yeah, so you get a lot of that in it. So yeah, and like in Manila. So when you're in Manila and you actually go to Manila Bay, the smell is incredible. It's just overwhelming because it's one of those. Was I supposed to put on a? Was I supposed to put on a relic thing? Crap. Yeah, I wonder if I was supposed to put a relic thing on here. And China has lots of air pollution they share with countries to east of them. Yeah, because it just all kind of blows downstream. And bounced right off of that. Bounced right off of that. So yeah, but yeah, kind of. That's the problem with air pollution, is it kind of all just kind of goes down, blows wherever. That's where they say with the nuclear, if we ever have a nuclear war, it's just gonna blow. Whether you're involved or not, everybody's gonna pay the price. Whether you were in the war or not. I wonder if I have to hack this. Shit, I'll be pissed if I forgot it. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, I don't have it. Damn it. I hate when I do that. Okay, come on. Agent home base.
Warp drive. Active.
Air doesn't recognize national boundaries. Exactly. Exactly. As much as we'd like it to. Now I'm stuck inside this. Damn it. Come on. This way.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, it looks like it stopped raining already, and the street is not wet. Maybe it was because it was so hot, so the water just evaporated immediately. Yeah. That's a weird thing around here. The street never gets wet. That's how you can tell in America that it rains. The street's wet. Here, the street never gets wet.
Permission requested.
I'm not approaching a point in space. I'm trying to dock.
Docking request accepted.
I need to put this civilian relic analyzer on here. Which I hate these missions where you gotta actually change your damn fit. And of course I forgot to fix my drones.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, air doesn't have any national boundaries. That's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Oh, it's thundering again. So maybe it's not done. Come on, get in there, get in there. My God. Can we take a little bit longer?
Warp drive active.
No, it's not going to establish a warp vector because I'm too close.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, these missions. Of course, if I hadn't forgot to put the civilian thing on there, it wouldn't mess. So this is going to move me to 40, so that's good. Yeah, but we're over 5 hours now, so let's see who we're going to raid. See who we're going to raid. Morty's out there. At least it shows he was out there. Morty is out there, yep. But he's actually, looks like he's playing 7 Days to Die. Says he's playing EVE Online, but he's not. Let me see what he's playing. Let me see what he's playing. Man, he's loud. Alright, he's cutting out. Complete. strange coded document. What's he gonna give me? Alright. Alright, let's see. So no, it looks like he's doing Eve. Yeah, it looks like he's doing Eve, so. Yeah, so he's doing Eve. So yeah, so maybe we'll raid him. Ah, forgot to repair my drones again.
Warp drive active.
But I appreciate you guys watching. Thanks for being here. This is my last stream of the week. We'll be back on Sunday night for American time, Monday morning for Philippine time, and we'll probably be doing Baldur's Gate. We'll do Eve Online again on Monday night for the viewer mining event. So yeah, so we'll get that going. Launch. But yeah, so we'll see how that goes. And so yeah, so we'll have that on for Monday night. Will be the viewer mine event. Everybody's welcome to mine with us. Always a lot of fun. Always a lot of fun. And yeah, we'll go from there. So let me go ahead and raid Morty. Oop. Doesn't like the name. Oh, because it's all one word. I don't mind viewers. I mine with viewers. But that was a good one. I like that one. It made me laugh. Thank you for that, Caviar. Appreciate it. So yeah, so we're going to go ahead and raid Morty. Appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend. Ooh, my drone's getting attacked, which is never good. Come on, guys. But yeah, so let's go ahead and get Morty rated. Appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend. And I will see you next week. Thanks again.